And we are live. What's up, everyone? How is it going today? Welcome to a new live stream. And today I'm super excited because we are starting a brand new tutorial, a brand new project build. And I know that a lot of you have asked for this project, and here it is. We are starting the Signal clone using React Native and Expo. And on the backend, we're gonna use AWS Amplify. This is gonna be a full stack project, so let's jump into seeing what exactly we're gonna cover in these videos. So this is gonna be, as usual, a series of multiple episodes where today we are gonna focus only on the Signal UI to develop it using React Native and Expo. We are gonna focus on starting from scratch. We're gonna set up the project. I'm gonna explain everything so that even if you're a beginner and just getting started with React Native, you're gonna be able to follow along and implement everything. So the next week we are going to implement the backend for our Signal application, and there we are going to use AWS Amplify to implement the authentication, database, real-time messaging, and much more. So and 1 week after that, on 27th August, we're gonna work on some advanced features. This is gonna be some kind of a bonus live stream where we're gonna implement some more advanced features. So if you have any ideas on what exactly should we implement, being it encryption, sending files, sending audios, images, and so on, let me know down below your ideas, and we're gonna try to cover as many features as possible. So what exactly we're gonna build? We are gonna build, as I said, Signal clone. We're gonna start with a home screen, and here we see a list of chat rooms of people that you are chatting with. So this is gonna be the first screen. We're gonna try to divide everything into smaller components and make them simple and easy to understand for everyone. Then we're gonna get into the chat room where you'll be able to chat with other people, and here we're gonna display like these messages on with different colors on different sides of a screen and so on. After that, we're gonna connect everything with navigation to be able to navigate from one screen to another, to have these beautiful navigation headers as you see here. And so what are you gonna learn following this tutorial? And I would recommend you to not just watch this video, but follow along, try to implement it yourself, because that's when you will start learning, when you'll start typing and muscle memory and all that stuff. So in this video you're gonna learn how to set up a project from scratch in React Native using Expo. We're gonna learn how to work with built-in components such as text, images, lists, inputs, and so on. Then we're gonna create our own components that we will be able to reuse throughout our application. And this is a crucial moment if you want to build scalable application that will grow in size, in amount of components. And if you do this right, your application will be scalable. We are gonna do everything using functional components, using hooks, all the modern features of React. So we're gonna explain everything there. We're gonna also learn how to manage data, how to send data from one component to another, how to manage data inside the component, and we're gonna do that using props and state. And of course, we're gonna learn React Native styling in order to create beautiful UI user interfaces. And in the end, we're gonna cover also the navigation to be able to navigate from one screen to another, to send data when navigating, and so on. So before beginning, I would really like to thank you Expo for sponsoring this video. You know how much I love Expo, and I've been using them even before they contacted me and saying that they are interested in supporting my work. So it's a great tool to get started with React. especially for beginners, because you don't have to install a lot of environment dependencies, you don't have to install Android Studio and so on. You can test the application right away on your phone. And you're gonna have like hot reload directly on your phone. So there are a lot of useful features and benefits of using Expo, and I'm gonna talk about them throughout the video if you're gonna be interested in that, or yeah. So once again, thanks Expo for sponsoring this video, for making it possible. For everyone who is new here, hi, my name is Vadim and welcome to this channel. Here we are learning mobile development using the project-based methodology. So this way it's more interactive, it's not that boring. We are building awesome applications that you probably use every day on your phone, such as Facebook, WhatsApp, Tinder, Airbnb, Uber, Instagram, Twitter, Spotify, what else? Like, we probably build all the applications that you have on your phone. So yeah, I'm a full stack developer for over 7 years. I'm an ex-founder and CTO at 2 startups, and now I'm focusing more on this channel, on sharing my knowledge with you guys here on YouTube. So if you're interested in that, subscribe to my channel, turn on the notification bell not to miss any future videos, because we are getting started for real. We're doing live streams every week, and we're gonna publish more videos in shorter form throughout the week, so you don't want to miss that out. All right, so the next important step is, of course, to thank all the new channel members who have joined to support financially the channel during the previous week. And yeah, like, thank you very much, guys. You make this possible. And if you don't know, like, I switched to run YouTube full time, and I turned down job offer from Amazon in order to do this. And when people subscribe and support me for the work that I'm doing here, because yeah, it's a lot of work. Like, I'm doing like 14 hours a day preparing everything, doing all of this stuff. So when you support it financially, it really makes me feel good about the decision that I did, and yeah, it makes me happy. And if you also want to support the channel, you can do that on the channel page. There is a join button there, so that will be highly appreciated. One more step. What will you need in order to follow this build? As usual, who is not new on the channel, they already know that for every build I am preparing a very useful asset bundle with everything that you're gonna need in order to follow along. And here I'm speaking about dummy data, images, icons, this PDF presentation with all the links that you need. So you can get the asset bundle following the assets.notjust.dev/signal. You'll also need the Expo environment setup. You can do that here in their documentation by going to Expo, getting started. Yeah, it's very simple. It's much easier to set up the environment for Expo than to set up the environment for React Native CLI. The only thing that you have to do is you probably have already the Node.js installed. So the only thing you need to do is, to install the Expo CLI. And to do that, you will run npm install global Expo CLI, and you are good to go. Also, it's advisable to install the Expo Go application for iOS and Android. You can find them in Play Store and in App Store. So by doing this, you don't have to use any emulators, you don't have to download Android Studio if you don't have it, or Xcode. So it's super simple to test and run your first application directly on your phone. So if you did that, after that I'm gonna take you by hand and we're gonna do everything together. All right, so that's a lot of talking. Let's roll the intro and then let's chat a bit in the live chat. All right, guys. Hello, everyone. How is it going? Let's see. Where is everyone joining from today? Are you still at the same place or did you move? So let's see. Let's go. Come on. Hello, everyone. Hello, Frost. Calling features. No, calling features for this build is going to be too much. We're going to focus on messaging. If we're gonna get into the calling for this video, it's gonna be too much, yeah. But I think that I'm gonna cover calling features in a separate video. That's an interesting topic. Also voice calling and video calling. Hello, everyone. Can you introduce Tailwind CSS in your future streams? That's a great idea. Yeah, we'll see. At the moment, we're still focusing on mobile development, so maybe in future. I wish I could use Super Chat. Isn't it available in your country? Full support. Thank you very much. Intro is awesome. Thank you very much. From Poland, from India, Indonesia, Benin, Tenji from Cameroon, Cambodia, from Romania or Moldova, salud, hello. Is it live on Twitch as well? No, I'm not doing it on Twitch. I don't know. I'm focusing on YouTube. Hello from Paraguay, from India. Awesome. So we are again everywhere in the world. So yeah, without further ado, let's jump into implementing everything, and I'm gonna stop and answer some of your questions meanwhile. All right, so the first step is to actually get started and set up an Expo project. So to do that, let's open a terminal. Here it is. I'm gonna make it bigger. And let me go into... Oh, come on. No such directory? Why? Okay. Oh, I'm already here? No. All right, somewhere here. Should be... Oh no, oh no. L16, this is the 16th project. Okay, so we are gonna initialize, okay, I'm gonna clear the screen so everyone can see it. Yeah, if you open the folder that you want to initialize your project in, then we're gonna initialize the project using Expo, init, and then giving the project name. So in our case, this is gonna be Signal Clone. Enter, and there is a new version of CLI available. We are okay, let's try to upgrade Expo CLI. This is a good practice to keep everything up to date. Hey, what type of OS are you using? I'm using a Mac OS to build the application right now, as that you see here. However, you can install everything and do everything on both Windows and Linux. The only difference will be that if you're on Windows or Linux, you don't have a possibility to run your application on iOS device. For that, you need a macOS device. So, but running it on Android is going to be perfectly fine. And this project will run the same both on Android and on iOS. So yeah, if you're doubting the app, like where should I run? I don't have an iOS emulator. Don't worry, run it on Android emulator or directly on your phone. This is gonna actually be the easiest thing. Yeah, I'm running on iOS emulator because it runs a bit faster than Android on my device, and you can see it on my screen. So yeah, I have a lot of vulnerabilities, but everything was installed successfully. Now I can run Expo init signal clone with my new Expo CLI version. So here Expo will ask you to choose a template for the project that we're gonna set up. There are a couple: blank, blank with TypeScript, tabs, and minimal. I suggest to start from tabs with TypeScript, just because this starting point, like this boilerplate project, has already some libraries installed that we are going to use later in the video, such as navigation, vector icons, and some other like reanimated and other libraries. So it's going to make our lives a bit more easier. So yeah, make sure that you select tabs with TypeScript. If you select blank, you're not going to have the same starting point as me. All right. But Android Studio actually slows your device. Yeah, I agree. That's why with Expo you can run it on your Expo Go application. I'm gonna show you how if you want. So everything, your project is ready, everything is done. Now we need to go inside this directory, cd signal clone, and here I would like to open the project in Visual Studio Code. I have a shortcut for code to open this folder. If you don't have a shortcut, you can open Visual Studio Code and select Open Project and then navigate to the directory that was generated. All right, so before going into the code, let's first of all try to run the project, see what's going on there, what do we have, and then we can get started. So I'm gonna do yarn start, and I don't know why. The nearest package directory doesn't seem to be part of a project declared in what? It might be that you forgot to list drop-down signal as a workspace. If isn't, it's likely because you have a yarn log. I upgraded yarn recently, so I think that the issue should be something related to this yarn. Hello. Yarn start. The nearest package directory is this one. Doesn't seem to be part of a project declared using user vadim. So for this build, we're gonna use npm. Let's see if it works. Run start. Unable to find Expo in this project. Have you run? What's going on, guys? Unable to find project in the signal clone. So node models. I don't see the node models. So maybe it didn't install. So I'm gonna do yarn install. I'm gonna go back to yarn. Probably I already confused so many people. npm install. Usually the project, when it's set up, it's already coming with everything. Yeah, I see something went wrong installing JavaScript dependencies. Check your yarn logs, continuing to initialize your application. Okay, that's something interesting, but what it says that it couldn't install the dependencies of this project using yarn. So I'm gonna run it again using npm install. If you see I don't have any node modules, now I do because it's installing. Oh, let's wait a bit. where is the boilerplate for this project? Expo CLI is coming directly with the boilerplate. No, deleting package.json will not work because package.json should be there. You can delete the package lock, but never delete the package.json. So let's try right now npm start. Yeah, now it works. So some issues with my new version of Yarn. Probably I didn't install everything related to that. So if you run npm run start, this will start your development server in a new web browser. Here is where we can run our application on our devices, on simulator. You can also run it in browser. Here on the right, we will see all the logs that we need. If you have any crashes, you'll see them here. And if you have an Expo Go application, just go ahead and scan this URL that you have on your screen, and it should open your application on the device with hot reload automatically enabled. In my case, I'm gonna run it on iOS simulator. Here it is. Let's put it somewhere here. It's working fine for someone there. Yeah, as I said, like it was something with my Yarn installation. I'll have a look what's going on there. Now we are waiting until our simulator is up and running, and then we're gonna see the starting point of the application here. Is it possible to create an AWS account without credit card? I'm a student. I'm afraid that's not possible, at least directly from AWS. I know maybe there are some services that offer like a middleware between AWS and you, but yeah, I don't know. Borrow your mother's credit card and make sure not to run any crazy services there, and you're gonna be fine. Okay, so here back in our simulator, open in Expo Go. Yeah, let's open in Expo Go. Hey, same name, Savin. Awesome. Where are you from? There is a person with the same name and the same first name and the same last name, like Savin Vadim from Belarus, and I was contacting him a lot to try to buy the handle on Instagram and Twitter. He took it everywhere, and like, oh my god, why do I? There are people with the same name and surname. How to set up email verification system using AWS. For that, follow the next tutorial in the next week. It's actually very simple. Everything is out of the gate from AWS Amplify when you use authentication. From Indonesia, my name is Savin. That's interesting. I thought that this last name is more like Russian or like this part of the world. So here we have our first application is up and running on the device. So we have two tabs here on the bottom, as you can see. We can switch from tab 1 to tab 2. So each tab has, first of all, a title on the top, then some text here. And when we change, the titles change as well. Okay. So let's have a look at our project a bit. I think it's too much. hopefully you can see it like this. All right, so guys, let's see some of the important files that we're gonna work with today. So first of all, I'm gonna point out the app.tsx. This is the entry point. This is where everything starts in our application. So from the application, we start including other components down below. I recommend keeping the app.tsx file pretty small. Like, try only to use the global things that you need, like everywhere. For example, navigation or status bar. Other than that, we will use screens and components. So the screen is the same component, but it is intended to be included in our navigation. So in our case, we have two screens. One is called tab 1 screen and tab 2 screen. These two screens are used in our navigation that controls how everything is put together. So I'm not going to go into navigation right now because we are going to speak about that in the end of the video, just for you to know where is everything. So if we open tab 1 screen, here we see, for example, an import of an edit screen info. This is coming from components, and the components folder will hold all our reusable components that we are gonna create, that we're gonna need in our application. So screens are the same thing as components, but they are like, for specific screens. I mean, technically they are the same, only logically they have different purposes, like components and screens. All right, so let's open our tab 1 screen and try to edit something here. So if I edit the text here, tab 1 to hello world, I will see right away somewhere done, save. If I go to tab 1, I will see here the hello world text, and it will hot reload when we save our file. The same should happen if you run it on the device. Alright, so first of all, I would like to clean everything so you will understand like how we start and what we will use. From the return statement, I'm gonna delete everything. From the styles, I'm gonna delete everything. Actually, I'm gonna delete even this one. And yeah, delete everything. You know what? Let's. This is a good starting point. So first of all, we need React to import a React library because we are gonna use some JSX. So for that, we need the React library. Then our component, or in this case our screen, is a simple JavaScript function that returns Jsx components. So what is Jsx components? These are components here that, first of all, let's import them from React Native, from React Native. So first of all, let's import a text component, and this text component helps us render text on the screen. So it's pretty simple to use, similar to, I don't know, HTML. So we open the tag text, we close the tag text, and between the tags we will write hello world. Save, and we see here on the screen our hello world. Perfect. So what else can we do here? We can give some styles to our text by passing a property called style, and in here we will send an object with something like, let's say, font size 30, font or just color red. Save, and we see the styles applied here. This styling is called inline styling, and For some cases when you hurry, that's okay. But if you want to develop big applications or to follow some best practices, it's not advisable to mix components and structure with styling. In this case, our Jsx text is structure and this is style. So for that, we're going to define the styles separately. So for that, I'm going to import style sheet, and let's define our styles using the style sheet.create. And in this function, I'm going to pass an object, and here we're going to have different styles with different names that we will define. We can say like text. I'm going to copy all the styles from here. And here for the style, make sure to remove the one pair of curly brackets that was for the object. And now I'm going to assign the styles.text here. And here we go, the same styles as we had there. So yeah, these are the basic stuff that we need in order to get started, like how to declare a component by exporting a simple function and returning some JSX, how to use some components from here. Other components like views, images, and so on, we're going to discuss when we actually will need them. So without much more theory, let's actually start building our signal clone. So the first step in our case, or better, let me check some chat to see what people are saying. Okay. Expo is kind of relatively easy to set up. I use both depending on what packages I need. Yes, indeed, Expo is much easier to set up than React Native CLI. Hello everyone, I'm from Nigeria. Hello. The question is, which one would you say is easier to work with when starting out? Because I have tried both, but ended up using React Native CLI because Expo client was giving me issues. The question is which one is better to start out? Here, the answer is definitely Expo. It's not debatable, because for starting out, Expo is much more easier. And I'm not saying that because they sponsored this video. I'm saying that because that's actually what I always choose when I have to build some projects, when I have to get started, or when I teach someone new React Native development. And it's also better because you can offload the processing power for running the simulator to your mobile device, so you can do it there. If the question is related to which is better, like in the real world to build real application, that's actually it depends. It depends from project to project. In some of the projects that I built for the clients, I use React Native CLI. Because I needed some very specific native dependencies, which at that time Expo is not supporting. Now Expo supports much more native dependencies and integrations, even payment integration that they now support. So, and in other cases when the application was more data intensive and I didn't depend on a lot of libraries, then I did them with Expo, and actually the experience was much better with Expo because I was able to send just a link to the client, and he was able to open it on his device and give me feedback, and I could change some styles, and he would right away during a call see the changes, and he was saying, okay, let's do it a bit smaller, like the logo. That's the usual stuff that the clients ask, and I was able to work real time with this. Amit is saying hello. Send emoji functionality. Okay, thanks for the suggestion. I will add it. We'll see. Do you do the whole stuff alone? Isn't there any moderator with you? Yeah, at the moment I'm doing everything myself, but yeah, soon I'm gonna probably have to grow the team. So, on speaking about this, if you have experience with video editing, if you have experience with social media management, with YouTube management, with moderation and stuff like that, write me an email to vadim@notjust.dev, and maybe we can start working together. Is new Expo any good? I had tons of issues 2 years ago with native models, Firebase, push notifications, and so on. I don't remember when I started working with it, but right now it's much more stable and has much more integrations. For push notifications, actually Expo is much, with Expo is much easier to integrate specifically push notifications because they have some services for that. I think even 2 years ago we had like these push notifications from Expo. Hey, thank you very much for the donation. I'm gonna try to pronounce the name. Finehas. Hopefully I said it correctly. So yeah, I really appreciate your support and your help. Okay, a lot of chats. Guys, I'm gonna try to come back and answer some more questions. Now let's get going. So we installed, we set up our project with React Native and Expo. Now let's start to work on our home screen. So the home screen of Signal is like this. And there are a lot of things happening here on the screen. You might get overwhelmed, like, well, where do we start from? Like, there are so many moving parts. So don't worry, let's focus on only one small part of the screen, and that's a chat room item from the whole list. This is one small piece of this screen that repeats itself multiple times, and whenever something repeats multiple times, that's a good candidate for a separate component. So let's divide everything into small chunks, and here our chunk is the chat room list item. Okay, so let's further see what this component is composed of, what it contains basically. So with the red box we see the whole component, and first of all I see that there are two columns. Like with the yellow one there is the image on the left, and on the right there is more things here happening. So what are these things happening and how we can logically divide them into smaller things? I see here two rows. The first row has again two other components, which is first is a name aligned to the left, and then there is the time aligned to the right. And besides this row there is another one with the last message that was sent in the chat room. So with this in mind we have split everything, and it's going to be easier for us to structure our code. Do we have anything else? No, let's actually start doing that. So let's start from the red box. So this is a component, this is like a container. So why not starting with, I'm gonna delete it from here. A container is a simple view that we can group multiple components together, like multiple text or images and so on. View is similar to a div in web development. So for the style of a view, I'm gonna give styles dot container. Let's not forget to import view from React Native and define the style here in our styles. Okay, what do we have next? We have going down one level, we have two columns, two rows, right? The yellow one and the turquoise, or how is it the name of that color. So for that reason, let's also define two views. And for the second one, it's pretty obvious that it's going to be a view. Here we can create a view for the yellow square, and then inside of it put the image. But because it has only one children, which is the image, we can actually skip adding this view and add directly the image. So the child will be image. This is for the yellow, and for this one it's gonna be a view because it contains multiple things there, like different stuff. So let's make sure to finish everything with the image, and then we're gonna move on. Image here, image. Okay, so the image needs to first of all one property, which is the source. Like, what image should it display? The source can be a local image, or it can also be a remote image. So I have prepared some dummy data from where we will be able to take the a URL of an image. So let's open the folder that you downloaded from, where is it? From assets.notjust.dev/signal. And here we see dummy data. I'm gonna grab this dummy data in our assets folder here. That's good. So assets, dummy data, you should have 3 files. I'm gonna speak about them a bit later, but now let's go in the, I don't know, users, and let's copy one image from here. I'm gonna go with this one. So copy the URL, and let's add it using URI and paste in this stuff. Besides the source, we also need to give it a style to adjust the style of it. Oh, come on. And styles.image. Okay, right now I'm not gonna tab 1. Are we in tab 1 screen? So save. What's going on there? Why I don't see the new stuff? Did they have an issue there? Let's open the... Yeah, but I think it was fixed, right? So let's run it again on simulator. If something is not working, check out this page and maybe you will see an error here. Reload. To open that menu, I don't know on Windows what is the, I think it's Control M on Windows, and on Mac is Command Alt and Z to open this menu in order to reload it. On an actual device, you need to shake the phone. That's interesting. If you shake the phone, you'll see this menu pop up. Why didn't you say that I was not showing the whole screen? Are you using Screen Brush? Yeah, I'm using it from time to time, but yeah, I'm trying to limit the amount of applications that I'm. Hey, what's going on here? Come on. Oh, everything is okay. The application actually loaded, and I wanted to say you that you're not gonna see the image unless you set some width and height using style, using its style. So if you don't see the image, it's okay. That's because we didn't set the height and width. So the height can be 100 and width can be 100. Save. Should be somewhere there. Styles. Yeah, the URL is valid. Oh, come on, what's not working right now? Oh, I forgot a comma here. Now reload. And we see here beautiful Elon Musk. So I'm not gonna continue styling this component because we're gonna focus on that a bit later. And now let's continue with our structure. So we have our image. Inside the second component here, I'm gonna add one view with two texts along with another text here. So we're gonna have a view with text, the name. Besides the name, we also have a text which is, and besides the green view, we have this purple text. So it can be text right away. Text, and here is going to be some message. Save. Let's have a look. Yeah, we see everything on the screen. However, it's not styled, right? Let's add some styles to the name. For example, styles.name. There's going to be one. And for, as you see, the text for the time and the text here, they actually have the same style. They have the same size, they have the same color. So I'm gonna have one common style there for styles.text. Let's copy style.text here. And what else? This one, right? Style. The view that contains name and time. I'm gonna go call it styles dot, I don't know, row. What else do we need? I think that should be it. Okay. So first of all is positioning. Right now our, where is it? Our image and this view, they should be on the same row, but they are on top of each other. To fix that, I'm gonna set the flex direction of their parent component to being row. So flex direction to the parent component, which is our container, is gonna be row. Save. Now they are in the same row. Perfect. I'm gonna add some padding in order to have some space around, like on top, in every direction basically. 10 probably is gonna be okay. Hey Vikash, thank you very much for the donation. Vikash is asking, are you going to share pre-sale link today? Yes, stay tuned until the end of the video. You know about that. That's only a bonus for everyone who is gonna stay until the end of the video, to as a thank you note for everyone. What's going on here? Reload. Could not connect to the server. Did I do something? Padding. Constantly? Hey, come on. It's going crazy. Gonna close it. Better close it and start again. Did I do something here? And run iOS simulator. I am not audible. That's bad. Hello? Voice is back. You're robotic. Not audible. Oh my god. What's going on? Hola, Coca-Cola. One second, I'm here, 1 second. I'm waiting for my microphone arm, so it should come pretty soon. Until then, I'm gonna use a box. Hopefully it's not gonna mess up with everything here. Now it should be much better, I know. Waiting for the arm. So yeah, we are back. Our application is displayed here. It's perfectly audible. I can do ASMR, right? So, as I said, we added padding. Now we see that there is some space around this. What else do we have there? Everything is white there. All right, so let's move to our image. So to make our image round, man, but it's not comfortable to write like this with a box in front of me. I'm gonna try. So to make the image round, we're gonna add border radius, and to make it fully round, it should be half of the width and height. So 50 should be okay. Save, and it's not saving automatically. What's going on there? Hello, sexy voice, sexy lady. No man, something. Why you're not hot reloading? There was a problem running, could not connect to. Porque. So, any ideas here? Also have some issues with YouTube, with internet. What? Internet, please don't do that again. I know you can stop working, specifically in the moments. I'm gonna use local just to make sure that it's not because of the internet. Okay, how do you hear me, by the way? YouTube is saying that it's not receiving enough data. So if I do 10, will it automatically update? Everything is back to normal? Yes. So 50. And I think it's too much, you know? It's too big. 60. And here we can add 30. Relatively, I think that's a better. Yeah, let's work with this size. Okay, so we made the image border radius 30. Now let's add some margin right to the image in order to move the text and everything to the right. Here I'm gonna do 10. Save. Yeah, that's good. So now, what else do we have there? We have our component row, and this component includes the name and the time. So the only thing that it needs the same as here, flex direction row, as the container to display our time and name in the same row as we see here. However, we want to move them apart, like one should be aligned to the left and one should be aligned to the right. To do that, we can adjust how our components, our children in this row, will behave, like where will they align. We can do that using justify content, and if we add space between, all the empty space will be between the two components or between the three components that you add. So if I save, nothing is working, right? Flex direction, no, justify. Did I do error here, or it's just not updating? Background color is my savior. Background white, and here column blue. Save. Again, something is no, it should be okay. Row. It's not updating. Come on. Reload. Yeah, removing blue. Now we see them as expected. What else? We have styles for the name. And the name in our case should be, probably it's the same size, it's just bold. So font weight is gonna be bold. And here for the text, I'm gonna delete the font size. And for the font color, it should be like a light gray. Light gray. Will it work? It's too light. Just gray. Yeah, that's okay. That's probably okay. However, as you see, the time is back here near the name Elon Musk, and that's because if I add some background to our container, background color red, you're gonna see not to the container but to the what else? Yeah, that's how we debug, like which container is not stretching till the end of a screen. I add it to the container and I see that it's from the beginning to the end. That's good. Let's add it to another component, to this row. If I add it here, background color red, I see that this row is spanning only from here to here, so it's not full width. If I add flex 1, no, this is vertically, a width, a full width, like width 100%. Now it's going there again. Wait a second. So we have this view with the row. Okay, we need to add to either the name or to the text, probably to the name. Flex 1, in order to say that flex 1. Wait a second. No, it's not this one. What other properties do we have here? No, we don't need flex wrap. We will. Where did our name disappear? Oh, it's back there. So for the text, but not the whole text, I'm gonna try to add margin left auto. Margin. No, because it's not spanning the full thing. Yeah, it's not because of the text and the name. It's because of this row. This row has this background red, and we see that it's not going until the end row. However, our container. No, wait a second. Our container. Yeah, our container. This view. Yeah, I missed this view. I thought that for after container it's directly this view. So the issue is with this view. If I add styles here, styles dot, I don't know, let's call this view like right container, or just right container. And if I will add the background color here, you'll see that it's not spanning until the end. So if I take the background color from here, add it here, you see that it's not going till the end. It only grows as much content as it has. So if I will add here flex 1, it will say that, okay, take the whole available space that is left for you. So in our case, we have this container with two children, image and right container. Our image has a specific width and height, for example, specific width. And by adding flex 1, we say right container, take everything else that is remained for the container, and take all the available space that is left. So if the image will be 160 width, it's gonna take this space, because that's the remaining space out of the container. Hopefully that made sense. So I'm gonna remove the background color red, unless you like it, I don't know. And what else? I think we will increase the text size, and we will align vertically the text and the message here to be in the same line with this image, right? So first of all, let's increase the font size. Font size is gonna be 20 is probably too much. 18 should be fine. Yeah, 18. Default is 16, right? Yeah, let's go with 18. Should we do it for the text as well? Or is too much? No, I think it's too much. It doesn't look good. I will leave it for the name. Or the image is even smaller there. Should we make the image 50? Yeah, probably like this. And now we need to align the texts vertically. So right container. If I add here background color red, you're gonna see how it spans. So in case that our image, just to understand if it's aligned vertically, I'm gonna go ahead and increase the height of the image very much, and we're gonna see that the names are still on the top. So let's try to align, do it by using align items center, save, and align items will center them horizontally. That means that we can do justify content center, and this will align them vertically. So now with this big image, we are sure that the text is centered. We can remove the background color red, and we can remove 150 height to get back to normal. Awesome, that's much better right now. Should we add some more space between the name and the text? No, I think it's okay. Maybe a bit, maybe just a bit. Name. Margin, bottom 5, no, 3. Perfect. All right, so we have this component. Do we need anything else here? Okay. I think it's quite similar. Only the background is white, but we're gonna handle that in a different way. While we are on this, let me try to show you one potential problem that we might have. So if this text is gonna be like a very long text, it's gonna wrap like in 2 lines. So if it's gonna be even bigger, it's gonna be 3 lines. So let's fix this issue. So I'm gonna add a number of lines 1, and this automatically, if the text is too long, it will cut the text and add the 3 dots at the end. This is done automatically. However, you have a couple of options here to choose where these 3 dots are. By default, they are at the end. However, there is ellipsis mode, and you can say head. This will remove the text from the beginning and will show only the ending of a sentence. There is also what? Middle. It will leave beginning and ending of a sentence and will remove in the middle. However, in our case, the default one that removes the text from the end is okay. All right, so what can I say? I think that's good enough for our component. Do you have any questions while we are here? Or we can move on. His voice. What's wrong with my voice? Good job, brother. Thank you very much. All right. So yeah, let's move. Let's get going. Voice message. All right, guys. So let me try to message counter badge on the image. That's a good idea. Should we do it? Let's do it. So here is the message counter. It's quite simple to do it, hopefully. I said that it's quite simple and then I'm gonna struggle. So here on the image, we can see like the number of messages, new messages there are. Okay, that's a good challenge. Oh, no, force quit. So where will we add it? We are gonna add it somewhere after the image probably. And it's gonna be a view. The view, because it has a container, it has some background. Where is the presentation? If it was only text, we can add just the text, but because it has some background color, we need this view to set it there. So style is gonna be styles.badge container, and inside the view we're gonna have a text with for example with the styles.badge text. Let's save. I'm gonna move them in different lines so you can see it better. Save. We are here. Perfect. Badge container. where is it? After the image somewhere. It doesn't matter where you add the styles, but I want to keep them logically sorted here. And the badge text. So for the badge container, as I said, it has a background color of blue. Can someone send in the chat the exact hash code of the color from Signal? Because we will need it. So if you can help me with that, that's gonna be great. Okay, background color blue. We can say that the width and the height are fixed, so probably 20 is gonna be okay. Maybe it's too much. Height is gonna be 25. Yeah, that's too much. 20. Save. Or even 15. No, 20 is good. Yeah. So the badge text, I'm gonna add font color white, just to see it there. To align the text inside that blue thing, let me zoom it a bit so you could see it. I'm gonna do both justify content center to align it vertically or horizontally, and align items center. Save. So the 4 is in the middle. In order to have it rounded, we're gonna add border radius, half of a width and height. 10 is okay. Perfect. Now let's I'm gonna probably decrease the I'm gonna decrease the font of our text. Font size 12. Yeah. And Saurabh gave us the color. Thank you. So it's 38 72 E9. Perfect. Thank you very much. So here we have the color. Everything looks good. However, now we need to play with the position. So the easiest way to play with this position is to assign absolute position here, like this. And then we will play with the right, like how many pixels from the right it should be. And we know that our image is 50 pixels from the right and probably plus 10. Let's try a 50 and then we'll play around. Not right, left. I always confuse them. That's okay. Left 50 and top. How many pixels from the top it should be? 10 was okay. Yeah, so 50. I'm gonna play with 45. Yes, that's perfect. And one more thing. To better distinguish this bubble from the image, you see here they add a white background to have a difference between the two. So for that, I'm gonna add near the border radius, I'm gonna add a border width 1 and a border color of white. Save. Perfect. As you can see here, cannot zoom in more, but it looks very similar to that. I can do like this. Yeah, here it is how it looks. I think it looks very nice, and it's quite easy to do. Now we need to think about, but probably we're gonna fix that a bit later. So we have it here. I'm gonna make this a bit smaller. Oh, okay. and what? Okay, the next step. Okay, people are saying that the color is different. So it's free. Oh my god, you guys sent me 3 different colors. 7F0. It looks very, very close to what we have, so I'm not gonna spend more time here. All right, so the next step. Now we have, as you see, as we discussed, we have one small part of this screen. Okay, but we want to display a lot of chat messages. How do we do that? So one way would be to, I'm gonna put everything into a separate view. This is gonna be the view for the page. Oh my god. This is gonna be our page. We don't need any styles yet. So one way to have multiple messages there would be to copy paste everything from here, right? Now we have 4 of them. Okay, that's one way to do that, not the best way. Yeah, always when you copy paste big pieces of code, think about how can you make it in a reusable component, in a reusable function, or a reusable something. So to make it abstract. In React Native, that can be accomplished by creating a custom component from this code, and then reusing that component the same way as we are using view or image or text and so on. So let's see how we can accomplish that. In our components, let's create a new file. It's going to be called chatroom item.tsx. Chatroom item. Here, as I said, we need to import React from React, and we need to export default function, and the name of a function will be chat function or component, yeah, chatroom item. This is the parameters of a function, and this is the body of a function. Inside that function, we need a return statement. Return statement, like this. Now, let's go back to our tab 1 screen and copy the code that we developed for our component here. So that code is everything except our page view. So copy paste this code. You should be left with an opening view and a closing view here. And let's go to our chatroom item that we created and paste the code here. Let's save. I'm gonna adjust here. So let's go back and copy all the import statements from React Native because we're gonna need them here. Save. And let's not forget to bring in the styles as well. So styles, I'm gonna copy, paste them here. Okay, we have it here. And going back to tab 1 screen, here we can actually remove all the styles from inside and keep it empty. Maybe we will need like the styles for the page. Yeah, probably we'll need to use it to set the background color to white, but that's going to be a bit later. Now we need to import and use our chatroom item that we extracted. We need to use it here. So to do that, we simply import the component chatroom item from yeah, we are in screens. We need to go 1 folder above, then we need to get into the components, and from the chatroom item we import it. How to use it? Simply as other built-in components that use chatroom item, and we can close it right away without having a closing tag. Voila, everything is back to normal. Now we can, just by replacing the use of a chatroom item, we can have multiple items here. And here for the page, we can set background color white. Perfect. And flex 1 to make it grow till the end, because right now, yeah, as you saw. Okay, so what's next? What's next? In the chatroom item, while we are still here, I want to show you some best practices here. I usually create separate folders for my components. So let's do that right now. So in components, I'm gonna create a new folder called Chatroom item, and I'm gonna explain you in a moment why. Now let's grab the chatroom item Jsx in our folder, move here, and yes, let's update the import. Why do we need that here? We need that here because another best practice related to the styles. I told you that it's not good to mix the styles in line with your components. It's also not very good to have both the component and the styles in the same file, especially if you have a big component. For small components, it's perfectly fine. You can see very well like the styles and component in the same place. Sometimes it's even better. However, if your component grows, you'll have to scroll a lot to see what styles it has, text, you scroll, you search, and so on. For that reason, it's recommended to extract styles in another file. So I'm gonna extract it in a file called styles.ts without x, because in our styles, we are not writing any JSX. The X in Tsx or JSX stands for JSX. Oh my god. So let's copy our styles here. Copy and put them here in the styles. We need the style sheet. So I'm gonna import it here. Import style sheet from React Native, and let's not forget to export our styles here at the end. Export default styles. We need to export them because in the chatroom item we need to import the styles. So import styles from the same folder, styles, and boom, now our component it looks the same, but it's much simpler. If you need to adjust or to work on the structure, you go to the component here. If you need to work on the styles, you go here and you see the styles here. I think it's much cleaner, and in big projects, this is the only way to go. Another issue is with the naming. So because we created a separate folder and moved our chatroom item here, our import has changed. And if you're having some issue, make sure that you are importing from components, chatroom item. This is not very good, like to have chatroom item and chatroom item. It's repetitive, right? To solve this issue, we have two options. Either to name our chatroom item index and update imports. And now in tab 1 screen, we are importing components chatroom item for this folder. And if you don't specify a name, it will automatically take the index file. Or another way, I'm gonna go back. Or another way is to leave a chatroom item, because it has an advantage having this name. It has an advantage because when your file is open in your editor, you can right away see what you're working on. If you have a lot of components and everyone is index, you are gonna get confused, like index of what. So it's good to have them named. But at the same time, it's not very good to have them like this. So to solve this issue, I'm gonna create a third file called index.ts. And here I'm gonna export default from Chatroom item. Export. Or export from. Oh my god, I will always forget this. So first of all, we need to import and then to export it. Export. One second. So I was doing this on my notjust.dev website. Source, components, button, index. So exports, default from button. All right. It was correct, but I need to make it like this. So our index will import Chatroom item from this file and export it, so that here we can avoid adding 2 times Chatroom item. These are very small things, so probably it's only for more advanced users, but it's good to start using these best practices to put everything together. Now, each folder for in our components will have 3 files. The index.tsx, which just exports what it needs to export, the styles, and the actual component. Default is name. So, okay, we have it. I told you that. Okay. Stay hydrated, guys. Don't forget to drink water. That's a reminder for everyone. We will work with dummy data first to make it easier. Imagine you have to wait fetching just to see how your styling looks. Yeah, that's true. When you are working on the front end, it's much better to use dummy data, because you don't depend on any backend, you don't wait for requests, or if requests are not ready yet. In our case, our backend is not ready yet. We are using some dummy data. This is a good practice when working on the UI. It's much faster development, and I'm new to this channel. Hey Kennedy, welcome. I'm very glad that you found it. It's not fetched from the API. Yeah, I already explained. Now we're working with dummy data. In the next week, in the next video, we're gonna implement the backend, and we're gonna fetch all this data from the backend. Map function, should it be scroll view? We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Don't worry, guys. That's true. You are speaking about the tab 1 screen. This is not done yet. I'm slowly, step by step, explaining everything. But yeah, you are right. I've never used view tab. View tab. Which view tab? This is awesome, Vadim. Thank you very much, Kimboa. Best practices. Thanks, Vadim. I appreciate that you appreciate that I explained best practices. Okay. Be water, my friend. What if the chart items increase? Does scroll come automatically? No, that's what I was talking about. If this increases, it's not gonna become scrollable automatically, as you can see, but we're gonna get there and we're gonna solve it. Good question, by the way. I had the same question regarding scroll. Yeah, step by step, guys. I love your tutorials. Thank you very much. I think you will get access to it when he's done coding. To what? So excited for your course. You can't imagine how excited I am. I've been grinding my ass off like the past weeks to prepare it. to prepare the pre-launch campaign because the course is not ready yet. We are building Signal clone. Yes. So if you're asking, that means that there are a lot of people who are just joining. So hello, welcome. I'm very glad that you are here. And we are starting a brand new project. And using this project, we are learning React Native, we are learning Expo, mobile development, full stack development with Amplify. So in today's video, we are focusing on the UI of Signal. We're gonna render a list of chat rooms, as you see here. Then we're gonna work on the chat room design UI. So yeah, we're gonna handle everything from scratch ourselves. And in the next video, in the next week, we're gonna take this build to the next level and implement the backend of everything using Amplify. So if you're new, subscribe to the channel and let's get going. Because we progressed a lot here, but yeah, I'm trying to take it slowly, explain all the steps, like why we are doing. And I think, yeah, the why of the things is very important. I'm trying not to tell you like, okay, just use a index and a chat room and that's it. Like this is how it should be done. And you're like, why? I try to explain you the problem and then the solution, like the problem and how to solve it. Because without any problems, there wouldn't be any solutions. Oh my God, that's code that should be put on money. Okay, so let's have a look at a couple of more questions. You're my coding guru. Greetings from a far corner of the earth. Thank you very much. Where is that far corner? You can just rewatch it in his YouTube channel. Yes, the video is gonna be available on the channel after the live stream. So make sure to rewatch it on your own time if you feel that this is too fast or if you missed the first part of the video. Do you have your own website? Yes, we do. It's at notjust.dev. Still have to work a lot on that, but you can find a lot of useful things there. After the course, can I become a full stack developer and get a job, not a beginner? Let's discuss that either at the end, more details about the course, or we're gonna have a lot of time to discuss about that. So let's focus right now on the Signal, but thank you very much for asking. Is Messi your neighbor? No, Messi is actually, I think, thousands of kilometers away, even though we are living in the same country. Is it? Yeah, probably. I'm not that much into football. I know that he is leaving Barca, but I'm very far away in Spain on an island. Anyway, your explanation is very clear. Thank you. I'm trying that. Hello, man. Awesome work, bratan. Thank you very much, bratan. Do you try to build it once before the live streams? Yeah, I prepare a lot of stuff. Not everything, because it's repetitive. So for me, it's already clear like what I have to do and how I have to explain. But for the stuff that I think that I need more preparation, I do prepare. Tell about your tattoo. A lot of tattoos, but that's not the point of this video. Oh my God, so many questions. Hi, I'm 3 years experience in React Native, your tutorial helping more. That's really awesome that the tutorials are helpful even for experienced people. Are you planning to make a Udemy course, building bigger projects? Stay tuned till the end and you're gonna find out more about that. What's the time at your place? It's 4:35. How old are you? 24. Okay, guys, thank you very much for all the questions, but let's get coding. So let's drink some water and let's start coding. Okay. So as I said, let's start with a problem and think about the solution. What is the problem? The problem is that all these messages are displaying the same chat room, the same data, the same image, the same name, Elon Musk, and the same message. We need a way to send custom data to our chat room item here in order to be able to display message from Elon Musk, from Jeff Bezos, and from someone else. So how do we do that? We need to send this data from our home screen, like from the place where we are using the component. So similar to the style here, we can pass here properties like, I don't know, a equal to, or name equal to Elon Musk. So this is a property. The same way we can add as many properties as we want here, and using this way, using properties, we are sending data from our parent component, which is tab 1 screen, to our child component, which is our chat room item. So let's grab some data. I'm gonna go in our assets, dummy data, and chat room data. And let's copy, I'm gonna talk more about this data, but let's copy this object, like starting from the first curly bracket until here. Let's copy it from here. Or you know what? Let's just, without copying, let's just import that data and work with it. So I'm gonna import chat rooms data from, we need to go up 1 screen and then assets, oh my god, assets, then dummy data, then chat rooms. So now it's time to explain a bit more our dummy data. So chat rooms is an array with data about each chat room here on this screen. What each of these items contain? It contains a list of users and the last message in that room. The array of users is, again, each user in that array is an object, basically representing which users are part of that group. So in this case, user 1 with the name Vadim and user 2 with the name Elon Musk, and this is their images. These two users are in this group. By having this approach, we are preparing ourselves to have to implement groups, because right now we have 2 users here in this chat room, but if we add 1 more, that's already a group of 3 people, right? So by having this design with array of users, we are preparing ourselves for future. Then we have a last message, and this is the message of the last person that was chatting there. So hopefully that data is clear, and here I can say const message 1 equal to chat room data, and because that's an array, I will take the first chat room, or it's not message but it's chat room 1, and I can do the same to have some different data here. Let me delete everything except 2 chat room items, and using properties, instead of sending the name, I'm gonna send chat room is equal to chat room 1, chat room 1, and for the second one I'm gonna send the chat room 2. So now we are sending data there, chat room 1, which is this chat room, and chat room 2, which is this one. Let's open up our component from components chat room item, and here let's receive this information that is being sent from our parent component and use it as needed. Our properties, how we receive them, pretty straightforward. We receive them in our function parameters, and this is the first parameters called props. This is actually the only parameter that we receive, props. This is the object containing all the properties that we send. In our case, we send only one property called Chatroom, but if you send multiple, like name A, our props, if I do console log props, and if I go to our page here, remove everything, reload. If I select my device from the left top corner, now I will see the logs coming from this device. So here we see the first properties having Chatroom, which is an object, and having name, which is A. As you can see here in our tab 1 screen, Chatroom and name. The second one should have only Chatroom. So if I scroll a bit up, it has only Chatroom and no properties name. Okay, going to the Chatroom, back to the Chatroom, we can, from the properties, we are interested in our Chatroom property equal props.chatroom. This is, we take the Chatroom from the properties. In ES6, if your variable name and property names are the same, you can simplify this by destructuring the property name. So these two statements are the same. Now you can go one step further. Instead of receiving properties here and then destructuring, you can destructure right away. Did that make sense? I don't know. So now let's think about the data that we have there and how we can use it to render here on the screen. So the first thing is what? We can go to the chat room and see here. I'm gonna start with the last message probably. With the last message. So our chat room last message has content, and this is the content that we need to display in this line. Let's do that here. So instead of this long line here, let's add chat room dot last message dot content. If you add it like this, you will see chat room last message content here, and this is not what you meant to do. You meant to take the value of the chat room there, like you need to access a variable. To access variables, JavaScript variables in our JSX, because here in return statement everything is JSX, we will wrap our statement with these curly brackets. Now it's actually getting it from the chat room last message content. So first one is this one. By the way, SpaceX is interested in I don't know what. And the second one, why? Oh yeah. It's I took it from 2 here. I meant from 1. I was like, what? Why is it taken from another one? So yeah. You see that the data right now is already different because we are not hard coding, but we are taking it from props and displaying it there. Okay, so the next step is to display the user data, like user, name, and probably that's it. The user, we will take it from the users array, and here is the users array. So let's take it from there. I'm gonna put it into a variable. User is equal chatroom.users, and if I look here, most of the time the first users is me and the second users is the one who I'm chatting with. Right now I'm just gonna hard code to take the second one, but in future we'll need to have a check whether the user that you are chatting with is on the position 1 or it is on position 0. We cannot be sure that it's always going to be the position 1. Right now, I can say that it's there. So for the image URI, again, let's do it like this. User dot, how is it? User image URI. Save. Yep, perfect. 2 different images. For the name, here, user dot name. Save. And for the time is gonna come from the last message, and last message has created add. Okay, chat room last message dot created add. Save. Perfect. It displays. It's not in the best form. I think that I'm gonna write down at the end of the video, if we have time, I'm gonna show you how from this ugly timestamp that is gonna be saved in our database to render some human readable text like 2 hours ago or something like that. So remind me in the comments if we have time to do that. Time. Okay. Stay here. So, do we display everything? The number of messages, we don't display them because I didn't plan that. It was some of the suggestion coming from you. We can either leave it like this, or we can actually add it here. I don't know. Last message, should it be part of a last message? No, it should be a separate value besides last message, which is going to be called now new messages, and here we can say 4. So let's render here chat room dot new messages. Save. New messages. Save. So yeah, for Elon Musk, it displays 4 because we added it here. For the second one, it doesn't display any text, but in case there are no new messages, if it's either 0 or if it's not defined at all, we shouldn't display the badge at all, like even the badge container, we should not display it. So how we can conditionally render some components in React Native, because this part, let me add some lines here. This part, which is responsible for the badge, should be displayed only if our chat room has new messages. To do that, let's add some logic by wrapping our component in curly brackets, because we need some kind of a if statement. Here we cannot write if statements like this. We can use some JavaScript features to make this render conditionally. We will take these chat room messages, and you can do the how to pronounce it, tertiary, I don't know, operator with question mark operator basically. So you can say like if chat room dot new message is defined, basically if it's not null or not 0, then render this thing, otherwise render null. And now you see that for Elon Musk, everything is perfect. It displays 4. Here, there is nothing, and it displays nothing. I wonder if it's going to be 0, if it will disappear. Yes, it disappears because 0 is a falsy value in JavaScript. Usually when I have these conditional renderings, and if I don't have a second option, if I have it here null, instead of a question mark operator, I prefer to use remove the null here, and I prefer to use AND operator. And it works magically, just because how Boolean operators are handled in JavaScript. Basically, if this is false, in an AND operator, if one part is false, everything is the end result will be false. So JavaScript will return false if it encounters the first false value. So if this is going to be false, it's going to return false and it's not going to do anything. However, if this is true, JavaScript will return this part. It works magically. So, but it's much cleaner than with question mark operator. And it works the same. All right, so we have everything, right? Ternary operator. Okay, thanks. So we have properties, we are sending it here. Do you want me to teach a bit of TypeScript? Not a lot, just a bit. Should we do it? Nice insight, Vadim. Thank you. I don't know if I should complicate the build with TypeScript. TypeScript. How much? We are 1.5 hours in. No, we are quite behind. I was too detailed today. I'm explaining like every step. So I'm gonna skip. I'm not gonna confuse you with TypeScript. So if you see this red undermark error, this is coming from TypeScript. But it's nothing serious, so our application will still work as expected. If I'm gonna have some time at the end, I'm gonna explain you how to define types and what's TypeScript in general. But now let's focus more on building the application. We have a lot of things to do in future. Next. Okay, so where are we? So we developed our component fully, and now we can send different data and it will render different. It will have the same style, but it will render different data. And here, if I say that the chat room is not 0, but it's free, save, it's gonna render a different chat room with different data. That's perfect. That means that now we can reuse this component using different data, and it's gonna display this, what we send there. What can we do with that? Now we need a list of messages. So a lot of people were saying in the comments that we need a scroll view or a map to render all the items. So this is one way, as you said, to map through all the items in our chatroom data, to render a chatroom for each item there, to put everything into a scroll view, and then to manage. But that's quite, that's unnecessary because there are a lot of steps. Like you need to this mapping through the items, you need to make sure to put everything into a scroll view. And also this solution is not very optimized for this kind of use cases. Scroll views have different purposes. In this situation, we can use a component that is on top of scroll view. Behind the scenes, it uses scroll view, but it is intended for use cases where we want to render a list of items based on an array of data. Here we have our array of data. And for each item in this array, we need to render a new chat room item. That component is our flat list. It will do, let's first of all implement it. So I'm gonna remove these chat room items and I'm gonna render the flat list. Boom. Flat list requires two, it has two required properties. It has a lot of properties that we can adjust, but 2 of them are required, and without them it will not work. The first one is our data. And data should be an array of things that we want to render there. And in our case, our array is Chatroom data. We don't need these consts anymore. Okay, this is our array of data. Also, we need to say to the flat list how each individual item from our array should be rendered on the screen. So this is render item property, which is actually a function and should return something back, should return some Jsx to know how to render it. The function that flatlist will call will contain an object with the item that it wants to render at this moment. An item will be one specific item from this array. For example, this one for the first item, this one for the second item. So each individual item will be sent to this render item, and we need to render something. What do we want to render? We want to render a Chatroom item, as we said. And we need to pass here a property. Chatroom item expects a Chatroom property. So our Chatroom property will be this item, because that's what a Chatroom data is, right? And without further ado, we see on the left everything here. So right now, if I would have, let me copy the last one. A lot of chat rooms, save. Everything is gonna be automatically scrollable, and because we are not using some scroll view with a mapping function, React Native behind the scenes optimize our flat list for very long, almost like infinite lists. At my startup at Fitinium, we are using flat list to render the feed with videos, and usually the feed is like an infinite feed. Like as long as you scroll, it loads more data and more data and more data. And flatlist is smart enough to stop rendering if you are looking at the post number 100. You're very far down. Flatlist will stop rendering the component number 1, for example, because it doesn't make sense to re-render. You are very far away from that component. And when you scroll back up, it will start again rendering it, and you will not even notice that it does this optimization behind the scenes. It has also a lot of things, like, for example, we can hide the scroll bar by show vertical scroll indicator false. Show or yeah, shows. Now it doesn't have anything. For more information about flatlist, check out their documentation. It has a lot of options. For example, you can automatically load the next items when you approach the end. So on and reach, here is a function that is going to be called whenever the user scrolls and reaches the end. And here you can load more data or do something else. But yeah, this is the minimum that we need. We are happy with this. And I'm gonna go to Chatroom back here, delete the chat rooms that I added. Save. Yeah, this is perfect. So we have it. Our home screen is done in terms of the main content. We can scroll through different chat rooms. We can see them. Everything is perfect. The only thing left on the chat room will be the navigation, but we're gonna handle that at the end. So how did you find it, guys? Was it clear? Hello from Vietnam. Hello. Why are you using item in render item? Why I'm using item? Because that's the name of a variable from this object. So I can rename it. So I can do item, we're renaming it to chat room if I want to use chat room here. But I cannot rename the item itself. I cannot do chat room because there is no chat room in that object. So it's gonna say undefined. The name of that property is item. You can rename or you can use item. And yeah, I prefer item to keep it simple. Or in another way, like how to understand this is like props. This is properties of that component that render item will use. And here I can do props.item. This is also true. Or I can right away the structure of item from that props. This is similar to this syntax is similar to a custom component like this. Clear, thank you. Awesome. Oh my God, I was not showing the screen. So, one more time. I was saying you can do item and rename it to chat room and then take the chat room and put it here. That works. You cannot do chat room because there is no chat room properties in this object. Undefined is not an object. And another option would be to use props here without destructuring and do props.item. But the best way, personally for me, is to, instead of using props, to destructure right away the item from the props and put it here. Besides the item, I think you get index, and this is going to be the position of the element. So if it's the first one, second one, third one, and so on, if you need that information. Save. We don't see. Yeah, sorry for that. Now it should be better. Let's see some questions. Do it since I use TypeScript once. I'm in love with it. Yeah, it's perfect. But if I don't have enough time to explain properly, I don't want to confuse beginners with TypeScript. At the end, if we'll have time, yeah, definitely we will cover it. Yes, yes, please. Yeah, people seem to love TypeScript. Someone is saying no. Okay, can we have two flat lists in one screen? You can have two flat lists, but they should have different orientations. So two flat lists like this is not advisable, and React Native will even complain. I don't know where, but that's not advisable. So Control Z. It doesn't show me the issue, but I'm pretty sure that's this is a no-no. However, if you have two flat lists, one with two flat lists with different orientation. How is that? Vertical, horizontal, horizontal. One to be horizontal and one vertical. That's perfectly fine. And for this you can have, I don't know, on the top you can have a flat list with stories, and they can be horizontal and you can scroll them horizontally. And on the bottom you can have the flat list with, yeah, here we have it. As you can see here, one we have, oh no, I'm not showing the dim focus screen. Yeah, I just copy pasted one flat list and I added horizontal. And as I was saying, this is fine, like having one horizontal and one vertical in the same screen. And here you can see that at the top we have a horizontal thing, and you can use it for, I don't know, stories. And then you can have like this vertical. If you want, no, I'm not gonna explain you that, but okay. If you want that top thing, if you imagine that these are stories. Now, if I scroll, you see that my second flat list goes underneath and the first flat list is always on screen. If you want the first flat list, this one with the stories, let's imagine, to go away with the flat list that we are scrolling here, we can do it with a list header component. This is a component that is going to be displayed on top of our flat list. So if I put the second flat list here on the top of that, now yeah, it's here, but if I scroll, it goes away as Instagram does with the stories. On the top here, you can also have some, I don't know, text as a list header component in a easier situation. I don't know, messages. And you see here messages, and when you scroll, it goes away together with the everything else. I don't need anything here. The same happens with the bottom and with list empty component. There are a lot of things there. All right. Screen. Why aren't you sharing the screen? Yeah, I forgot about that. Hi, Vadim. How are you? Hello, Hank. I'm very good. We started a new project, Signal Clone, and it's going pretty well so far. How are you doing? And you know what I'm gonna ask you? How is the weather out there? All right, guys. So we have a lot of things still to do. Let's move on. The next step is the chat room screen. Here, this is a screen that will render the messages that you have with different people. Okay. Would you implement infinite scroll in the chat room screen later? For the infinite scroll, you need pagination when you query data from the backend. Basically, you query the first 10 items. When the user reaches the end, you query the next 10 items, and so on. So this is called pagination. Yeah. We'll see. I'm not sure if in this video I'm gonna do that. I mean in the next one. Kimbawa, please work on the course really faster. Please, please, please. Yeah, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to work on the course and also to bring you guys here, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours of educational content every Friday. And not to miss this free content that I'm doing, because this is gonna be still my priority, to provide free education in React Native and so on. So everything takes time. All right, awesome, Hank, perfect. So let's get started. Let's get started with the chat room screen. Let's open it here, and let's close everything else. Before that, I think I'm gonna open a new terminal in order to do git status, and I want to commit everything to have a checkpoint. Home screen. Okay. So our messages thing is a different screen, as you see. So for that reason, I'm gonna create in our screens folder, I'm gonna create a new file called chat room screen. This is a screen for one chat room, Jsx. While we are still here, instead of tab 1 screen, I want to rename it to home screen. Update imports, yes. if it didn't ask you, go to the navigation, bottom tab navigator, and make sure that you are importing home screen, tab 1 screen, you're importing from home screen. If you, for some reason, it didn't update, you're gonna have an issue, so just make sure here is home screen. So yeah, going back to the chat room screen that we just created, let's start coding this screen. So let's import React from React, and let's export default function chat room screen. Okay. So what else does it need? First of all, let's simply add a text to see hello, to see if it render at all. The text should be imported from React Native. Perfect. And we don't see our chat room screen yet on the screen. Because we didn't hook it up to our navigation. So in our navigation, in bottom tab navigator, let's, under the tab 1 screen, let's import, but not even here. Yeah, I just don't want you to get confused with everything here. So yeah, not here. Let's, instead of bottom tab navigator, let's open index here, because this is our starting point of a navigation. So we actually don't need the bottom tab navigator. We're gonna delete it later. But right now, in our index.tsx, let's just import our chat room screen from screens chat room screen. And let's copy root here, paste it, basically duplicating it. And the first one, let's rename it to chat room, and here chat room screen. Save, and we are there. Name. Chatroom is not a, okay, no worries. That's so yeah, make sure that you have this text screen in our root navigator as the first component. If you have it as the second, you're gonna still see the bottom tab navigator. Stack screen. We can add some options in order to show the title. Header. Because our stack navigator disabled header, we need to enable it manually. So header shown through, chat room, okay. And we can also add a title, but we don't need to do that right now. So, okay, we hooked our chat room to the navigation. Let's close everything related to the navigation. We're gonna speak about that a bit later. Now we should focus on our chat room. If you see the hello text here, that means that you did everything right. Okay. Some water and then we can get started. Question. What is the smallest component that we can start developing? I think it's a message component. A component that will render one message. Let's develop it here and then we will extract it from here. So one message component will contain a line of message and some kind of a background. Okay, let's do that. So let's pretend that, yeah, let's start with rendering just one message. View. And inside that view is going to be a text. You know what? We already know what components are. So to simplify our steps, let's actually start creating this message component right away and using it. So in the components, I'm going to create a new folder, message, new file, message.tsx. Here I'm gonna generate the boilerplate for the component using code snippets. If you are interested in that, check out, I have a video on the channel related to VS Code extensions. There I explain how to install this to generate a simple component. And besides the message, we need the index that will export default from message. And in this case, I think we can render the declare the styles right away here. Const styles style sheet dot create and the object for the style sheet. Message. So let's import style sheet as well. And what's the issue? Chatroom screen. Chatroom screen. Here in the chatroom screen, let's import the message and render it here. So import message from React Native, from components, message, and let's render it here. I'm gonna add the view right away for the page styles and so on, if we will need it. And this is perfect. View, let's add styles equal styles.page. I'm gonna import style sheet and const styles equal style sheet.create page background color white and flex 1 to take the whole space. No, that was a mistake. All right, so the message displays the message here. Perfect. So let's add a style and start messing around. Styles.container and here styles.text. Save. The container. The container. First of all, let's design it for the blue one. So the container will have a background color blue. Background color, and that blue we can take it. Where did we use it? Here. Background color blue. Save. Perfect. Now we need some spacing inside, like padding. For that I'm gonna use padding. Padding is gonna be 10, and we need some margins. Margin 10 to have space around the component itself. What else? This thing should have some round corners. Let's do that. Border radius 10. Yeah, probably I like that. And yeah, moving to the text. We're not done yet there, but gradually getting there. I want the text color white. Yes, like this. The font size I think is okay. And hey, thank you very much for your support and for your donation. I'm so sad that I cannot display them on the screen to show everyone, but yeah, thank you very much. I'm gonna think about how to display this donations on the screen. Awesome. So moving on, as you can see, all the messages do not take the whole screen. This one is around, I think, 70% of the whole screen, and even my message as well. Okay, so let's add a width of 70% of a parent. Yeah, I think this is good, or even 75. Save. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Okay. Arriving late, but arriving. Oh, awesome. We are here. The video is going to be posted, so no worries. You're going to be able to rewatch it. Okay. So, we are going to have different styles depending if this message is my message or if the message is his message. So let's just define here a variable is me to true. We're going to have later on some logic behind this variable to understand if it's my message or not. But right now we can work with like hard-coded stuff like is me. So is me is true. In this case, the message should be aligned to the right, and the background color should be gray, the text should be black. Okay, so styles container, let's think about that. Right now, we have only one style, but we need some conditional styling based on our variable. We cannot somehow do the condition here. We need to do it where we use it. So for that reason, we need to add some more style properties here. To do that, we will add our styles into an array, because style property can receive either an array of different style object and it will automatically merge them together, or a style object. So we need multiple styles. I'm gonna add it here. First style, which is an object defined here, and the second one here. So our conditional style is the background color. The background color will be is going to depend on if it's my message or not. So if it's me, I can define here const blue, const gray, I don't know, we can say light gray. So if it's me, the background color will be gray, otherwise it's gonna be blue. Save. Perfect. Let's move on. The same thing for the text. We need some conditional styles here. I'm gonna add it like this. You know what? The text, like the color itself, is conditional. So at the moment we don't have any other styles except the conditional. So I'm gonna remove the text from here and I'm gonna write it right away here. So color if is me should be black, otherwise is white. Save. So if it's false, the color of a message is white. Perfect. And now we need to play with the position to align it to the right if it's me. So what property? Let's find out. If I add margin left auto, yeah, if I add margin left auto, it will add here margin and it will move everything to the right. So this is the property that we will want to add, but only if is me. So view here. Is gonna have some more properties. I'm gonna add it like this, so it's gonna be a bit more clear. And the, how's it called? Margin left, I said, if is me, should be auto. Otherwise should be 10, because that's what we need here. For me is auto, for him is 10. Perfect. Okay. Hey, thank you very much for one more donation. That's really nice of you. Good job. Maybe use state. Here we will not need state because it will not change. We will calculate it once and then we will save it. But later on we can think about that. I arrived late. What are you using for the backend? For the backend, which is going to be next week, we are going to use AWS Amplify. Okay, so we have a message component. The next step is going to be to render a list of messages. So I'm going to give you 1 minute. I'm going to take a very short bathroom break and write down in the comments, how do you think we should render this list of messages? If we have in the assets, dummy data, we have chats, I think. Yes, we have users in the chat and messages. And this is an array of different messages. How can we use this component, this data, and render a list of different messages? Okay, I'm going to be back. All right, I am back. I think if you do like this, your background will be 75% for all texts. Oh, you mean that? Oh, yeah. What you mean is that for small text, it should be less, right? For example, in this case, for this emoji, it's not actually 70%. I didn't think about that, so that's a good point. You can adjust that by setting, instead of with 70%, to set max width. Save. So here is message, but if I'm gonna have like this, save, it's gonna be maximum 70%. Save. Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much for pointing that out. I didn't consider it. But if it's a small message, it's a small bubble. Map through all items and list them. That's one option. Use max width. Yes, that's what we did. So how should we render our messages here, our list of messages? Because we have... Oh, but before that, we need to send some properties there. Because right now we are not sending any properties. So looking at our dummy data here, what data? This is a list of messages. So this is one message. It's going to have an ID of a message. It's going to have a content like what we want to display, when it was sent, and by which user. So in the message, we are gonna receive in the props a property called message. The message will contain the content, and we are gonna render it here, message.content. And do we display? Okay, they do not display like who is it sent by. Okay, that's perfectly fine. And look what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna hard code my ID at the moment. Later on, the logic will be a little bit different. And my ID is U1, Vadim U1, U1, and so on. So I'm gonna say my ID is U1. The message has user ID, and knowing that my ID is U1, I can deduct if it's my message or not by comparing message.user.id. If it's going to be equal to my ID, it's my message. If not, it's not my message. So let's import this data here. Import chat room data from assets data chats. And for the message here, I'm gonna send chatroom data dot messages, and which message, for example, at position 0. Save. It's my message. If I do position 1, it's his message. Why in that case? Where is it? It doesn't. It takes the max width. If I don't have it like this, why in the case styles content margin left 10? Yeah, I'm gonna think about that. But so now we implementing sending the data through props, and people are saying that we need to map through all the items. That's one option, but if you remember the explanation of why mapping through all the items when you have like this list of items is not the best idea. And what's the alternative? The alternatives is using a flat list. And the flat list will receive data, which is our chatroom data dot messages, and it will receive a render item, which is going to be a function receiving the item, and we return back message sending the message property that we receive from the flat list. Save. Boom, we are there. Make it flex 0, or maybe you can make the margin right auto. Do you think it's because of a margin right? Margin right auto. No, it should. Okay, that's true. And that should be only for them. Or just by doing flex 1, but I don't think flex 1. No. Margin right is me 10, and for him it's gonna be auto, and here this one. Yeah, now it's perfect. However, look, like this is one way to like have a standard style and based on some condition adding more styles. But I'm thinking that if there is a lot of differences, I like to do this way when it's only one difference. I don't know, like aligning depending on some condition, or color. Usually you want to display a different color based on a condition. But in this case, like we have a lot of things that is different. We have like background color, margin left, margin right, and so on. So I would create, in this case, container, I don't know, me, and container or let's say let's say left container and right container, or you can find better names. So for the, we will have background color, which is going to be different, margin left, which is going to be different, and margin right, which is going to be different. So no, for all of them, yes, and margin left. Oh my god. So for the left container, the background color is gonna be gray for the left container. The margin left is gonna be no, it's this one, left container, blue, margin left 10, and this one auto. And here is gray, margin left auto, and margin right 10. Save. And now I can simply do this check here, like is me. I want to add styles dot left container, otherwise styles dot right container. And I think this is a little bit cleaner, like we don't have actual styles here, but we apply some general styles to the container that will have like background, like color, and so on. I can remove the background color because it's taken care here, like padding and so on. And then we can add some custom component depending on the condition. The text color, if it's me, wait a second, should be the other way around. Here should be white, right? Yes. So, oh, if it's me, it's right container, and here is left container. Yeah, made a mistake. Now is much better. And we are rendering it with a flat list. Perfect. What can we do? We should align our flat list on the bottom. So styles, let me just add a background color red to see what's going on here. So we have everything there. I think there is a property inverted sticky header, inverted, save, inverted. Inverted, that's good. But is this the last message? Let's check in our chats. I will have a list of messages. And this is not the last. This should be the first one. But no, actually not. I think whenever we will query, we will receive the most recent message on top. Yeah, when we will query the database, the first message in this list will be the most recent one, like on the bottom. That should be displayed here. So by doing inverted, I think, yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. First one, yes. And when you will scroll up, you will load messages from the past. So yeah, that one should be inverted. And let's remove the background style, and everything for the messages are displayed perfectly. Okay, so how are you doing, guys? Still there? Still with me? If there is me, it should be right container. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you very much. Do I need more light? No, it's too much. Yep. Someone is asking about some work. So Steven, thank you very much for the opportunity. You can write me a message on LinkedIn or at Vadim at notjust.dev. However, at this moment, I'm not open to new projects. I'm quite busy with everything I'm doing here. How would you auto scroll when you type a message? Auto scroll, what do you mean? Like to move everything on top? Yeah, we're gonna handle that in a moment. Can we send images with big size? The question is if we are gonna implement that. It depends, like maybe today not, maybe when we will implement the backend or for the extra features. What is the theme? If you're asking about the VS Code theme, check out the 10 VS Code extension video that I published recently. Okay, so let's move on, right? What's the next step? Message component is done. List of messages done. New message input. Let's do that one. Right. So in the chat room screen here, below the flat list, we will need to add this row with where we will type our message. Should I create it as a separate component? I think it's a good idea to create it as a separate component. So in the components, let's create new file, message input component, but it's not new file, it should be new folder, Vadim. Message input. For the message input, let's create the message input.tsx, React Native functional export, good. Let's create the styles.ts. No. I'll write the styles in the same file. You can separate them, but for me to get there faster, I'm gonna use the same file. I wanted to write the index.ts, export default from message input. Perfect. So here, message input. Let's go to the Chatroom screen file, and below the flat list, let's render the message input. And for me, it automatically imported it from the components. Make sure it's imported on the top. Save. I see here the message input. It's under the safe area view. It's under this notch. So if you want your content to be rendered, to not be rendered like under the borders, under the notches, here on the top under the notches, there is a component called safe area view. Safe area view. It's basically the same view, but it makes sure that it doesn't render underneath components. So if I replace this view with a safe area view and save, now our text message input is not below this iPhone notch, like at the bottom, like this button, but it's a little bit up. The same happens if your component is rendered underneath the notch on the top. So wrap it with a safe area view. Okay, so for the message input here, what do we have? So we have, first of all, two columns. First one is this input container, and the right one is the button. So we have two things there, view and here another view for the button. Let's say styles.button container. The button container will have we'll see what it will have. This one is gonna be styles input container, and the whole like view that will contain everything, we can call it a root. So let's define the styles. Not here. I will import the style sheet from React Native, and we can do const styles. 1 second, guys, I need to open the door. And I'm back. So styles, style sheet dot create. Style sheet dot create. What do we have here? Root, first of all. Then we have input Okay, let's think. Here, it's gonna be either an icon, or we can actually display a text with a plus icon like this, plus. We'll see what will look better. However, here, like the middle container has four items inside. One is the emoji, then the input itself, then two icons here to the right. So that's what will happen here. It's gonna have like emoji, input, something else. Let's start with input. Hola. How are you? Come say hi to everyone.
Hi guys.
Come here.
No.
You're shy? Come on. Everyone wants to see you.
No.
Yes. Yes, guys. Do you want to see Alex? So, yeah, let's start with the input. The input, we have a special component called text input that we import from React Native. So let's render it here. Text input. Boom. All right. So let's start to style a little bit everything that we have to see them at least on the screen, and then we will think about it. Alex, look how many yes are there in the chat. It's gonna be rude from your side not to come say hi, you know? So I'm gonna start with the input container to add some background color to at least see it. It's gonna be a light gray. Light. She's already exposed in that video. Light gray. So here is our text component. It looks ugly, but we are gonna fix that. For the root, we need to put our text input, our input container, and our button container in the same row. So I will say flex direction row. All right, it's here, but it will grow like this. So our input container should take all the remaining space that exists. That's why I'm gonna add flex 1, and it will expand to take all the space, and will leave only the space that the button container takes. So speaking about the button container, I can say that this button container should have a little bit of width, like 50, and height 50, and background color should be that blue that I can find somewhere. This blue. You can add these colors into a constants file. If you look, you have constants, and here you actually have colors. So you can import it from here, and instead of hard coding as I do. So background color of our button is going to be this one. We can't see the text input. Yeah, sorry. Thanks for that. I'm gonna now make this a little bit smaller. So background color, it's there. What else do we need there? Of course, border radius. Border radius half of width and height, like this. In order to align our plus sign, which needs some styles, styles dot button text. Button text. What does it need? It needs color white, and to make it bigger, we're gonna do font size, I don't know, 35. You know what? This is not gonna look that good. I'm gonna replace it with an icon later on. But to align it in the center, I'm gonna do justify content center to our button container, meaning align everything inside you in the center, and align items center. One is to center horizontally and one to center vertically. Now it's there. It doesn't look centered. That's just because how plus sign works. When we will replace it with something else, it will be better. So regarding spacing, first of all, our root component should have some spacing like padding 10. Save. We have a space around. Our input container should have some margin horizontal to have, or only right or only horizontal. No, let's do only margin right 10 to add some space between the input container and the button itself. Question, I'm actually learning React.js. The syntax using on React Native is similar to the used in web applications. Yes, that's right. The syntax and a lot of things are common in React.js and React Native. The only difference is the components that you use. In React Native, it's Vue. In web, it's div. And the styling. Here we have some styling similar to CSS, but it's not actually CSS. So that's the difference. Where are we at? We are at the input container. Let's start working with this one. It should have round corners, the input container. Border radius 25. Align items center. No, I want vertically, and that means justify content. Center. Okay. Okay. The color. I need to play a bit with the color. Save. Okay. Color picker. A very, very, very light gray. Save. Yeah, something like that. And as I see there, besides border radius, it has actually some kind of border. So border width I can do 1, and border color I can do light gray here. Light gray. Save. Yeah. Or light gray actually is too dark. I can do just a little bit darken than the background color. And see how it looks. Yeah, better. Okay, we have the text input here. All right. What now? Now let's play a little bit with the icons. So if I look in the, let me close others. If I look in the package.json, the first component in dependencies is vector icons. This is a library that gives you a directory with a lot of icons. So let's find the directory, searching Expo vector icons. It's at icons.expo.fyi. Here we can search for the icons that we need. Here I would say it's a smile. Oh my god, these are some ugly smiles. Why? This one. And here it shows you how to use it. Import the icon, render it. So let's import the icon here. And let's render it. In inside our input container, but before our text input. Simple icon. Save. Okay, it's there. So for the color, instead of color black, I'm gonna say gray. Yes, this is better. Do we have dark gray? Just gray. Just gray is darker than dark gray. Okay. So let's align this in the center. Input container has justify content center. Why doesn't center it? Oh, because it put in two lines. So to put them in the same line, I'm gonna do flex direction, as always, row. Save. Now they are in the same row. But they are in the center, and our input container is very small right there, and it will grow like this. So to fix this, we need to give to our text input, we need to say that it should be flex 1, meaning that it should take the rest of the space that is available. So style is gonna be styles.input. Input flex 1. Save. And now it's better. But I still don't understand why it's not in the center. Because we changed the direction. If we change the direction, now we also need to basically justify content is the alignment on the main axis, and align items is on the secondary axis. Okay, perfect. Because the how is it called? The icon is touching this input container. I'm gonna add some padding, like 10, or is it too much? No, 10 is okay. And for the input, not for the input, does we have a style? Yes, style.icon. Let's give a style for this icon and add margin horizontal 2 will be enough. No, it should be 3, 5, I don't know. And for the input as well, margin horizontal 5. Okay, that's good. Okay, let's render the inputs, the icons for these two icons, which is a camera and a microphone. So going back, camera. I think this one looks similar. So let's render the icon here, and let's import fewer icon class type alongside with simple line icons. And for the last one, we have their microphone. This one? No, it should be empty inside. Outline. Yeah, something like that. Okay, like this. Import the material community icons here. And one more. We need that plus sign, plus. Because just, yeah, from end design is good. And design plus. So instead of a text here, I'm gonna replace it with end design. Let's import end design icons. And here we are. Let's adjust some, for example, color gray for these two icons. Styles icon for them. Save to add that margin. And for this one, color white. Yes, that's actually good. I'm thinking if it's the height is too much. Let's try a 40 here and 40. This is probably better. But I think that the padding for the input container, padding can be 5. Yep, this is better. Signal message. Okay, for the styles, I'm pretty happy with what we have here. Right? Maybe the color of these icons should be darker, because they are, yeah. I'm gonna get a custom color from here, something like this. Let's check with here. Yeah, I like that. Save. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so as I said, like everything related to the styles are pretty much done. Now let's focus on our text input and how we can manage text inputs. This is a common thing in any application, to have some kind of form, some kind of text inputs, and so on. So I'm gonna start with a placeholder text. The placeholder text is gonna be signal message, like this. So whenever there is no message there will be this placeholder displayed, so you can see that that's an input. So if you type, it disappears. Perfect. What else? Now let's manage the data that we write there. Now we can write here information, but in our application there is no way to access this data. For example, when I'll press send, there is no way to know what message the user input, the user wrote here. To be able to track and to keep the message of the user in our application somewhere, to be able to send it, we will use state. So state, if props is the in the message, for example, if props is the data that is coming from the outside, like the parent component will send this data when it's gonna use. The state is the data that is managed inside by this component, and only this component will know about that data. It will also make sure to automatically re-render out our component whenever we change this state value. So yeah, let's start with declaring the state. We're gonna do that using the useState hook. The useState hook will receive the initial value, like the default value. In our case, the default value will be an empty string. The useState will return us an array with two values. Array with two values. The first value will be the actual value of our state. So in our case, we can say message. The second value of that array is a function that we can call to update our message. So we will call it setMessage. This is basically the setter, and this is the getter, like how we set it, how we get it. Okay, so having this in mind, I'm gonna say that the value of our text input is our message. Now it's not gonna happen anything, but if I will change the default value to default, we will see it here in our input. However, if I'm gonna change it, nothing will happen, because we will also set the value of a text input with a value from state, but we never update the value from state. To update the value in state, we are gonna subscribe to the on change text. This is a callback function that is going to be called every time the text is changed. So what should we do? We should set the new message. This might be confusing, but actually on change text expects a function, and that function will be called with a new text, new message. So what should we do with a new message? We can we can update it in our state with the new message. Right now, default, if I change, it actually changes. Let me remove a default here. As you can see, in situations where you have a function and you need just to pass the parameter from here to here, why not just sending here the actual function? So the onChange text will call this set message function with the new message. So it actually is the same. From the user side, it's actually the same as when we didn't have this at all, right? It's basically the same. However, right now we can console, I don't know, warn message. We are tracking the message that user is sending. So whenever the user will press the button send, we will actually send it. So right now it's this value. If I change it to S, it's this value. If I remove it at all, you see that we keep track, we know what the user is writing. This is two-way binding of a state to a text input. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm not sure how Signal is doing, but other applications, whenever you, let me open Signal. Whenever you start typing, the plus button becomes send button. So yeah, actually right now they changed the design and it's a bit different from what they have here, but it's pretty similar. So let's grab a send icon, send like this, and I'm gonna render conditionally the icon here, depending if the user wrote any message or not. So let's add the conditional using the curly brackets, and here I'm gonna use the question mark operator, and I'm gonna say if message is not null, I'm gonna render this icon, otherwise I'm gonna render the plus icon. Let's make sure to import U1 icons from here. Color white, and that's it. Save. So right now we see the plus sign, but whenever we start typing, the icon is send. I think 20 can be enough here, or even 18. Yeah, and oh my god, if I remove the text from here, it's back to the plus sign. Okay. Ooh. So what else? Buttons. There is no form without buttons. So this is our button, like the plus sign or the icon that sends. To be able to manage user presses, like to be able to understand when the user presses on the button, we have a component called pressable. Not from here, from React Native, from just React Native. It's called pressable. Save. That is so easy. Which part? Is it actually easy, or do I make it look easy? Because don't get me wrong, like some of this stuff is actually complicated. So if you're on the beginning of your journey, you might look at this and see like, oh my God, Vadim makes it look so easy. But it took me 7 years of coding to get to this level to make it look easy. So, and even myself, like sometimes I just struggle aligning like a text to the right. That's a common issue from my day-to-day job. So don't get me wrong, this stuff is complicated. If I make it look easy, that's good, but if you don't manage to achieve this from the first time, don't get discouraged. Like it takes a lot of time to become good at coding, at any coding. So just be patient and work yourself there. Because I know that when I do mistakes in live streams and I'm stuck at an issue, I feel discouraged and I feel that I didn't prepare enough for the live stream and the viewing experience is not the best for you guys. But then I see a lot of comments that people saying like that's actually what they like about live streams, is that I get into issues and I try to solve them in the live stream, and you understand like how is the thinking process whenever you have a bug and how to solve it. So that's actually very helpful for you. Actually, some of you wrote me in private messages, hey Vadim, can you please do more mistakes during the live stream and show how to solve them, because that's helpful. And I was like, okay, that's interesting. But back to what we were doing. So to create a button, we import pressable, and the pressable is basically the same view. That's why we can replace our view for the button container with a pressable. And if I save, nothing changed. Everything is the same. Like it doesn't have any styles, it doesn't have anything. Like it's up to us to style and to do these things. The only thing that the pressable has and a view doesn't is a on press event. And on press, I'm gonna do on, or even like on press, I'm gonna call it the same. So let's create these functions here. Const on press is a arrow function, and let's do console warn. I am pressed. So if I press now, I see that I am pressed because I'm console logging here, and I understand that yeah, it's happening. So here in the I'm pressed, we can do like a similar check. If message is not null, we can call another function, send message. Otherwise, I don't know, on plus clicked. I'm not gonna do anything with on plus click right now, but const send message will handle the send message. Now I will do just console log sending, not log but warn to be able to see it there, sending message. And after sending the message, we can reset our input, set message to empty string. Save. On plus click, const on plus clicked, console warn on plus clicked. Save. And right now, if I click on the plus, I see on plus clicked. If I do hello, and I send right now, sending hello. And the input is reset. So we have basically everything ready from the UI perspective. And we're gonna take everything that we have right now and implement the logic behind this in the next video when we are gonna implement the backend. Because yeah, here, instead of console warning, we will actually submit the new message to the backend, and we're gonna update it here. So yeah, one more step. Yeah, I see. I wanted to tell about that, but I see Tamer is already mentioning about that. What about keyboard avoiding view? This is the component that I hate the most in React Native because it's very unpredictable, or at least probably I don't know how to use it correctly. However, let me show you the issue. I'm gonna trigger the keyboard to show the keyboard. Toggle software keyboard. Keyboard is Command K. So using Command K, somehow I should trigger, yeah, like this. So whenever the user will press on the input, he'll start writing. He will not see the input because it's gonna be hidden by the keyboard. So he should press return and then send. That's not the best approach. So to solve this issue, React Native has a component called keyboard avoiding view. Keyboard avoiding view is what it sounds like. So it's a view that will make sure that it's always visible even if a keyboard is on the screen. So if I replace the root view with a keyboard avoiding view, will that solve my issue? No, of course not, because it needs some properties there, because it's different on iOS and Android. So I always mess up them. Keyboard avoiding view. It needs behavior different for iOS. So let's try the one that they are suggesting, which I always copy and it never works. It needs the platform to be imported from React Native. And when you have so many imports from the same library, it's better to put them in different lines. So let's see right now, command, no, actually it works, you see, it moves, but it doesn't move enough. So, yep. I think I was fixing this issue with some padding, right? Content, container style, keyboard, yeah, keyboard vertical offset. I think I was fixing it with this one. Is 100 or 70, if I'm not mistaken? 70. Say a bit more, 100. Perfect. Now it works. I think without this it works, but it doesn't take into consideration the how is it called, the suggestions here from the keyboard. It takes only the keyboard height. So that's why we need to add a little bit more offset. I really hope that it works with, as expected on Android. I can. But my phone is not charged, right? Yeah, I cannot test it right now. So here we are. Did I miss anything? Okay, there is one more important part, but that's the next step. Behavior padding. On iOS, I think it's padding, but on Android, height should work. So new message input is done. Okay, and the last step is to figure out the navigation. First of all, we need navigation between screens and then navigation headers. So navigation. We are using a library called React Navigation. So you can have a look at the documentation here to know more about it. They have a pretty good documentation for the getting started and so on. So there are different types of navigators. There is a, where is it? For example, there is a tab navigation. Tab navigation is the one that you saw in the beginning, but it's not even tab, it's bottom tab navigation. Yeah, this is the bottom tab navigation. So if I'll just show you that other screen, the home screen. Here, the bottom tab navigator will render all the screens inside this bottom tab navigator, like first screen and the second screen. It will render inside a bottom tab navigator, of course, like as it sounds. Then there are top tab navigators. That's when the tabs are on top here. Very common. However, what we will need a simple stack navigator. So the stack navigator is not different from, doesn't have any particular features like tabs or drawers or so on. It just have a title. So the title in this case is coming from our stack navigator. And in stack navigator, when we navigate to a different screen in that stack navigator, the stack navigator will stack the screen on top of a previous one. And when you go back, it will just pop the current screen, and you will see the previous screen that was in that stack. That's why it's called stack from a stack data structure. Like everything is on top of each other. When you pop something, you pop the last thing that you put there, and so on. So I don't think I'll be able to explain you in details like how everything works. For that, probably I will have to do a separate video. I'm just gonna better show you how we can do it. So let's work with the index. In fact, for the bottom tab navigator, let's move it to trash. Okay. So in the index, our whole application should be wrapped inside a navigation container. That's why the first component here is the navigation container, which includes the root navigator. Our root navigator is a stack navigator that we create using create stack navigator function. And the stack navigator will include multiple screens that we can navigate to, for example. So far, our first screen was root, but it's not the case. Our first screen should be home screen, right? So let's instead of bottom tab navigator, let's import our home screen. Home screen. Basically, we have two screens, our home screen and our chat room. Save. So here is the home screen. And right now I'm thinking that we actually want to show the header. So for that reason, I'm gonna remove this option, because this option says that all the screens underneath should hide the header shown false. And we were overwriting it with header shown here. Instead, I'm gonna remove this one, and we can remove these options here. Save. Awesome. We have our home screen right here. What do we have for the home screen? Okay, we're gonna speak about adjusting the header here in a moment. Oh my god. It's not sharing the screen. Yeah, that's what happens when you live stream for 3.5 hours. Yeah, I already saw that, guys. And I'm thinking, where should I start from? I'm gonna do some back. Chatroom. That's what we had. Chatroom here. Chat room screen. Yeah, that's what we had. And we also had like the file bottom tab navigator. What I did, I removed the bottom tab navigator. And now in the index screen here, yeah, I'm gonna remove the import of bottom tab navigator because we don't need it and we actually remove the file at all. So remove that. And let's import, besides the chat room screen, we also want to import the home screen. Home screen, named home screen. Now in our root navigator, which is a stack navigator, as I said, that's okay, I can learn from your handsome face. Thanks. So here, what screens do we have? We have a chat room screen. We will not have this bottom tab navigator, and we can copy the chat room screen one more time. Oh my god, what I'm doing? Called home screen, or just home. Let's render here our home screen. Save. And this is the first component. Because yeah, it renders because this is the first component. We can override that by passing the default screen in the options here, but we don't need that. So as I was saying, in this case, we actually need the header. So I'm gonna delete the screen options here for the header shown false. And because by default it's true, I don't need to what? Yeah, that's it. So we have home screen, chat room screen. We're going to talk a bit later about how to adjust the header because it's a bit different. Right now, let's implement the actual navigation between home screen and chat room screen. So let's go in our, but let's think, when should we navigate? We should navigate whenever we press on a chat room item here, right? So that is a component called chat room item. Let's open it. And here, as I said, we need to detect whenever the user clicks on this component. For that, we have the pressable component. Pressable. Let's replace our view with this pressable and on press. Let's define this function that we're gonna use in order to navigate to another screen. Right now, let's just console warn pressed. Save. If I press here, pressed. Awesome. If I press here, pressed. Perfect. Now here we need to navigate. So how do we navigate? We need to get a reference to the navigation object. To do that, I'm gonna use a hook that we can import use navigation from React Navigation Core. So first of all, using this hook, I'm gonna get a reference to the navigation, use navigation. And then having a reference to the navigation, we can easily do navigation.navigate and where we want to navigate to the chat room. Save. We press. We are on the chat room, and because this is a stack navigator, we automatically get this back button, which looks different on iOS and on Android. They look native, like how they are supposed to look on that devices. If I press home, I get back home. Go here, press home, I'm back home. This is the power of a stack navigator. Hello Rico, starting now. We are almost done, so you'll be able to watch the replay. It's going to be published. That's it. Navigation implemented. Home, chatroom, home, chatroom. Okay, but here in this chatroom screen, how do we know which chatroom is this? Like, is this the chatroom with Elon Musk or with Jeff Bezos? Basically, we need to send data whenever we go there. Because here in the chatroom item, we know on which item it clicked, because we can do console warn, pressed on, and here I can do user.name, right? Save. Yeah, pressed on Elon Musk. Here we know specifically where. But when we get to our screens, chatroom screen, here there is no way to know on which chatroom we are. For that reason, when we navigate, we need to send an ID to the chatroom on the screen where we navigate. To send data, we can pass an object here. This object, you can send any data that you want, but the best practice is to send, let's say, as little data as possible. So in a case of a chat room, we will not send the whole chat room here, because that's a lot of data. We will send just the chat room ID. So chat room ID, we can send chat room ID. Because based on this ID, the screen itself will be able to query all the data that it needs. It will not depend on someone sending the right data. So we will send chatroom ID. Chatroom ID. Now let's think how we can receive this data here in order to be able to use it to query the database later on. We do that by using another hook. Here we are using the hook use navigation, which I can copy the import because I'm lazy. But to get the data from the route, we will use another hook called use route. Using this hook, we can get access to the route. It's to the data about the route. Use route. And this route contains data about like the name, the index in the state, like position, and so on. But it also contains console warn. It also contains route.params, and these are the parameters. They can be empty because somebody can navigate without any params. We should handle that situation. That's why I'm putting like a question mark dot. And ID. So here I'm gonna say displaying chat room this ID. Or first of all, we are gonna query. So displaying chat room undefined. That's because we need to go back and to press Elon Musk. Displaying chat room 1. Jeff, displaying chat room 2. Displaying chat room 9. This is not the position, this is the actual ID. So if I go in our assets dummy data chat rooms, here I see 1. but it can be, I don't know, like a very weird ID like this. So this is with Jeff. If I press on the Jeff, displaying chat room with this ID. And now this screen will first of all query all the messages from the chat room with this ID, because it knows on which screen it is. And then after it will receive the data, it will display the messages here. Is that clear, guys? Are you using Firebase as a database? No, we are going to use AWS Amplify, and AWS Amplify uses Amazon DynamoDB as a database. Behind the scenes. This life is enjoyable. What's the difference between touchable opacity and pressable? Pressable is a new React Native component which was made to be much more extensible than touchable opacity. Touchable opacity will also give you the possibility to get the on-press events, but it also comes with some styles. Like whenever you press, it's gonna do that thing. Pressable comes naked, like you are able to adjust everything in touchable opacity, like how it is handled, the styles, and so on. So I tend to use more pressable right now, even though I'm not taking advantage of adjusting everything. I prefer to use them. If you need that UI feedback without doing a lot of things with a pressable, you can use touchable opacity. Do not forget to hydrate. Hola. Okay. We are almost 4 hours in. I always think that this time is gonna be a 2-hour live stream, and I end up with 4 hours. Okay, what I wanted to do here, to play a little bit with the header navigations. So in a stack navigator here, where is it? Stack, I can search here. Stack navigator header. Stack navigator, let's see at the options that we can give to the stack navigator. Are we using version 6? I think I was using version 5. Navigation. Yeah, it's version 5. So let's switch to version 5 here. Stack navigator. And here, header. Let's search. Or configuring the header bar. Using parameters in the titles, no. Updating options with set options, adjusting header style. I need a replacing the title with a custom component. Yes, that's what I need. So the stack screens will have header title. I think that's how we can adjust it. So let's grab these options and go to our, let's close everything. In our navigation, index, in our home screen, let's add these options. Name, component, and options. That's gonna be I will create the component here. So const home header equal props, and I'm gonna return text home. So let's just I think I can do it like this. Text is not defined. Let's import text from React Native. Text like this. Yeah, now it's home. So the thing here is, yeah, on the right there is the user image, then in the middle signal, and on the right 2 icons. So yeah, let's do that. And yeah, we're gonna need a view with user image source. I'm gonna grab a what? A hard-coded URI. Chatrooms. Let's grab this URL. And let's add some styles. Style. Let's first of all import them because React Native is screaming like crazy. So I will need the view, the text, and some image. I wanted to say image. So yes, it's there. Style, width 30, height 30, border radius 30. Okay, for this view style, flex direction row, perfect. Hola, come here. So, and flex 1. No, not here, flex 1. The flex 1 will be on our home text. Flex 1 to take up the whole space. Flex 1. What? No, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, I think here is justify content space between. No, and with 100%. No, where are you? Okay. Let's first of all add the icons, and then I'm gonna figure it out. So here we have a camera and edit. Camera and edit. Okay, here. Camera. This one. And edit. Pencil. Something minimal, come on. Now I'm gonna take edit here. This one. Okay, so styling, right? Background color red. Okay, what's up with a width 100%? Why didn't you work? What's going on there? Why? What's wrong with 100% here? I don't get it. Without a width 100% here. With auto. Flex 1. Why flex 1 makes it disappear? Very weird. Should I try with screen dimensions? That's the last resort whenever it happens. So we are gonna use dimensions to get the screen dimension. Importing it from React Native, use window dimension, and here I can take, what does it return? Scale size, width. So I can write width render hooks during the previous re-render. Reload. Yeah, right now it's better with the width taking from the window dimensions. I didn't have a patience to try to solve it without use Windows dimensions, but it's okay like this as well. Container padding. So right now, yeah, let's add some more styles to our container. So background color red, probably we don't need that one. Padding 10. Good. And align items center to center them vertically, yes. Okay, so for the title here, yes, that's why we need home like this. We need text align center. Okay. No, text align center will not work. It will not work. I'll show you why. If I add a lot of them. What? It's gonna move the text here, and but it should be in the center of the screen, not in the center of the text component. So for that reason, I'm not gonna do text align center, but I'm gonna put the icons into a view here. Not sure if it will work, to be honest. Save. And flex 1. No, it shouldn't be flex 1. That's what I was trying to do. Now it's in the middle of a screen. And if this view has style, flex direction row, It will still move it a bit. You know what? Doesn't matter, because we have only two things. We will be able to adjust it a bit with styles. Okay, so here for the icon style, margin horizontal 5. Yes. So here for the home, I'm gonna add some margin left, like 20 or even 40 to make up for these icons and to make it in the center. 50. Is it in the center? Hopefully. Okay, so we have it. The text is signal, and the font weight is bold. Save, and here we are. Let's real quick do the same thing for our for this chat room. So I'm gonna copy this. By the way, you can extract this into a separate component, that's better, and extract the styles. I'm doing this just to save up some time because we are late. Chat room header. So let's give it to the chat room header here. Chat room header. Let's go there. And we are here. And we also display this thing, but can we hide the back button there? Back header back. Let's have a look at the documentation to see how we can adjust the back button. Custom Android back button behavior, prevent going back. No. Back header back, no. Header back accessibility label false, not to have the label. No, it still has the home. Nope. Head back. Header back image, back title. Oh, back title visible, false. Yes, it disappeared. And now we will do some adjusting here to the custom room header to add some margin. We're gonna play a little bit. So the width would be width minus 50 and margin left auto. No? Margin left, auto. But actually this looks okay. Background color red. I want it to float to right. View margin right auto. Margin left auto. Margin left 50. Perfect. So probably 50 is too much. 25. Yes, this is better. So going here, it displays okay, and the name. And here, free icons. So for the name, where is it? Signal, text align center, nope. We don't want that one. We don't want that either. 10. Okay. 10 signal. And here icons you can, of course, adjust them as you wish. I think you know how to do that. One thing that will be interesting is how to set the name of a person here in the header. So if I go here, options, where is it? Navigation set options. Okay. Using navigation set options. Yes, I'm gonna adjust the title. So from here, props. Instead of writing signal here, I'm gonna render props.title, I think. Is it props.title? No. Let's see what props do we have here. Console log, props. Let's open our debugger to have a look at the props. Allow font, style, tint color, but it doesn't have where did we get that one from? Header. Configure the header bar, setting the header title, using params in the title. Route params name. Route params name. Updating options, adjusting header style, sharing common options, logo title props. You might be wondering why header title when we provide a component and not a title like before. Receive the header. Hey, you are not actually sending the title, you know? Why is that? So in the options, besides header title, I don't know, let's try to send also, to add also a title, username, and let's check the logs. Children. Oh, it's children. Username, children. So we can do here props dot not title but children username, and I think I don't actually need to set the title here. Set chatroom. Okay, so let's see if it's gonna be possible from our screen, from our chat room screen, to adjust, to set the name here, because here we know the name, there we don't know yet the name. Let's try to do, we need the navigation as well. Use navigation. So const navigation equal use navigation. So if I do navigation dot set options title Elon Musk, save. Yes, yes, that's good. Right now I don't have an actual the actual name here, but whenever I will query our data using this ID, I will be able to display here the title. The title based on the data of the chat room. But we know that we are able to change the title from within the component itself. And we see it here. So with that being said, I think we have everything. Oh my God, it was such a productive stream. I'm so happy of how it turned out. So yeah, let me commit everything. Git add git commit -m navigation. The source code will be available in the description below. So I see a lot of people use talking here. Ionic, Flutter, everything. So guys, how is it going? How did you find this build? Yeah, we are almost at the end. If you have any questions related or not related to this build, please let me know down in the comments, in the chat room, and so on. Yes, we made it, and we made it in 4 hours. I'm gonna just give up on trying to do 2-hour live stream. And everything all right? Okay, so guys, before leaving, I want to thank Expo for sponsoring this video and for making this build possible. Yeah, I really love what Expo is doing, and I really love using Expo in my projects, and also specifically teaching people React Native with Expo, because it makes it much easier to get started, and it has a lot of things pre-installed out of the box. Expo didn't make me say anything, they just wanted to support this video to create more content using Expo. So yeah, you know that I've been using it from the beginning when we started these builds on the channel, and I really appreciate when companies see that I'm using some technologies and they love what I'm doing, and they support this channel financially. And it makes me want to do more videos on YouTube and not regret rejecting Amazon's offer. So what is next, guys? What is next? First step next is on 20th August, yes, in 1 week, next week, on Friday, the same time, at 2 p.m. GMT, we are taking this build to the next level, and we're going to implement the Signal backend using AWS Amplify. So make sure to be there, and we are going to implement all the features that we need there. Okay, one more big announcement that everyone was waiting from the beginning of this video. So guys, On Monday, 16th August, 2 p.m. GMT, our usual time, I'm gonna go live and I'm gonna have a webinar to explain and to give you some tips on the roadmap on how to become a full stack mobile developer in 2021. I'm gonna show you like what technologies is better to learn, what is the future of these technologies, and how to faster learn them. So yeah, make sure to check the video out. Make sure to turn on the notification bell not to miss the video. And yeah, as I said, the full stack mobile developer, the roadmap to becoming a six-figure full stack mobile developer in 2021. Yeah, we're gonna speak about how to master the tech stack of the future. In this case, it's React Native and AWS Amplify. So add this event to your calendar not to miss it out, because I'm gonna have some announcement there that you don't want to miss. So yeah, regarding that, see you on Monday, which is in 3 days, 16 August at 2 p.m. GMT. Okay, so Monday is my day. Yes, Monday is everyone's day. Who loves Mondays? All right, guys, so that's everything that I wanted to say and I wanted to teach you today. I really hope that you found this video valuable, and if you did, subscribe to the channel, like this video, and yeah, turn on the notification bell not to miss any future videos, because we are just getting started. We have so many plans here on the channel, and I can't wait to show you everything that we have planned for the near future. Okay, let's see some comments before leaving. What's there? Havadim, should I custom all those styles like layout, color, etc. Instead of styling them in the screen? If you're asking about the last step that I did, which was in the navigation, yeah, definitely. I would even extract this to separate files, extract the styles into separate things, and so on. So I did that because we are really running out of time. Actually, I learned how struggled am I when styling both things again and again. New sub received. Thank you very much. Welcome to the family. Havadim, can you run your Tinder clone with Android? I cannot save data with Android. Cannot save data with Android. That's interesting. I don't think the issue is with Android, but you know what might be the issue? That your Android device is not connected to the internet. To test that, just open a browser in Android device and see if you can access the internet. If you cannot, Google that. There is an answer on Stack Overflow that will help you activate internet there. But I'm pretty sure it's not because of Android or iOS. It's either that or there is some issues that you missed when following the tutorial. State management, why not using? I'm not using state management here because I'm not gonna need it. I'm gonna use the in the next video you're gonna see I'm gonna use data store library that is coming from Amplify, and that will help me to manage all the data globally. It will automatically cache it, it will automatically sync it with the data from the cloud. A lot of things is happening there behind the scenes, so that's why. Alright guys, so I'm pretty starving because I didn't have any time to eat today. I was preparing for this live stream and for what is coming on Monday, which I'm very excited about. So Thank you very much for watching this tutorial again. Thanks Expo for sponsoring this video, for making it possible. And what else? I'm gonna see you next Monday, 2 p.m. GMT. Make sure to